or the decorations in their room? Could you go, oh, by the way, guess what they have found? Researchers have actually found that there are some of these that are more important and more revealing about a person's personality than other things. Body shape. This is an old one that people used to use. And they used to say certain body shapes, real tall, skinny people, have a certain personality associated with that, compared to people who are short and squatty, or people that are of muscular build. And there's different personalities associated with them. We used to think that, well, but years and years ago, 100 years ago, this was pretty common to make associations between body type and personality. We don't do that. Do you think we do that much today? Probably not. Sometimes, every once in a while. Facial expressions, you all were bringing that out. Emotional expressiveness might tell us something about how they respond emotionally to things, how they don't. Facial expressions, by the way, the ones that most of you picked up as we started this, as I asked this question, there were some quick indicators. Most of you went to this. You went to the face. You talked about their eyes, their posture, their kind of look, their smile, their expressiveness. The face may be our best gauge if you're just doing this in a quick way. We tend to pay attention. We see the body, we see what they do, clothing-wise, hair-wise, dress-wise, but that face is really important. And in fact, most people would say, if I can only do one thing, I just look at the face. By the way, they asked the students this question, what's the best way to get the gauge of somebody's personality? Suppose I give you some hints, things to look for. Would it be better to have a meal with them, sit and talk with them for, like, let's say, I don't know, half an hour to an hour, and do that 2 or 3 times? Would you have a better sense of their personality if you did that?
Charge this up just because
if you got to go and spend about a half hour,
real shit happened,
something like that, 15, 20 minutes, in their room without them there. Which would you pick, and which one's a better gauge for you determining their personality? Would you rather interact with somebody for a little bit of time, about an hour face-to-face, or would you think it would be more revealing to go into their dorm room without them there? By the way, they did this study, and then they compared to see who had the more accurate gauge of a person, and it was the people that spent time in their dorm room that had the more accurate gauge of that person's personality. That's interesting, isn't it? Because the face holds some appeal to us. We see something, we go, oh, I can see what they're like. They seem to be not so happy. They seem to be kind of sad a lot. They see, by the way, the face, 80% of the population see that as, if not the most valid, an extremely valid guide to a person's personality. Okay? That's just kind of the way most people, when you ask them, if you say, give me a quick indicator, they say, it's the face. That's what I look for. How good are we? Ready? Let's try this one. If you look at babies' faces, could you see what they're going to grow up to be like? Could you go, oh, I know it, that kid, that's going to be trouble. The kid in the middle looks like a little bit of trouble. I don't know why, but he's going to probably enjoy life. I don't know. How about this group of adults? By the way, the year is 1978, so their dress is funny and the room is like 1978. But would you invest your money with these people if they came up to you and said, hey, you got $1,000 invested in my company? How many would say there is absolutely no way? Many of you would go, because you're probably looking at their face, and if they say they want money from you, you might go, and what kind of cult do you run? By the way, the cult that they run is called Microsoft. And your $1,000, you would be worth like a couple of million. If you invested with that,
that's why, exactly why I decided to use this damn phone.
Doesn't he look just like the baby in the picture before? Huh? Don't judge by just the face. Okay. Personalities. People throughout the ages have wanted to figure out a person's personality. We're always intrigued by that.
Oh my God,
What this guy
these
say?
fucking
If this
controllers.
guy's fun, if this guy is somebody that I should pay attention to, worry about, be friends with, like, avoid. And so
These
people always ask
controllers
this.
suck ass.
The history of throughout, as we look back even to ancient history, people are writing about people and trying to figure things out
What
about
the
others.
fuck is
We're
she
trying to figure out
doing?
things about ourselves and other people. In fact, historically, this is a cool little an aside, but what are those? Those are masks. They're called what? Comedy and tragedy. Where do you see masks like that? In theaters, right? Why do we associate masks like that with theaters?
They fucking
Because in ancient
cheating.
theaters,
This fucking controller won't shoot.
they wore masks. Why did they wear masks in
What
ancient
the fuck
theaters?
is you doing?
Because if I was up on this stage and you were trying to figure me out, I would in an ancient Greek theater, for example, I would put one of these masks on and you would know what? You would know I'm the tragic figure, and you could expect behavior from me, and you could predict my personality, and you could know what's about to happen because I wore this particular mask. And so people in the audience would go, oh, here comes the tragic figure. We know what's going to happen now. And those masks were called personas. That's what they were called. In ancient theaters, stage actors would wear these masks, and the Latin word is persona, which is where we get our word personality. Do you see the connection? They were putting on their personality.
Still another one.
And we began to associate a person with that personality, just like you might be associated with your persona by what the mask that you wear and show to people. And some people feel like sometimes they're wearing a mask to other people. And you all are certainly wearing a face that other people are looking at and figuring out and using to help determine what you're like. What's interesting, by the way, and this is a quick history, so the word persona now begins to not only identify the word, that mask, but the person behind it. And so that's kind of where we get our word, it's the person, the persona, your persona, who you are, what you are like. A quick side story, 15 miles, probably about 15, 20 years ago, they discovered in some archaeological digs,
give me,
Jesus was a little boy.
Give me, what the fuck do I
They
want?
found the
That
remnants
cup,
of a
and I need
theater
some water
that was active when he was a
so I
little
can
boy.
take this pill.
A theater where they probably wore things like that. So not far from him, which is interesting because it might have played into something that he would do when a person would show up one way with their words, but act a different way with their behavior. He would then say, what? At the time, what word was oftentimes associated with somebody who would say some things in writing down some of these stories and some of these things that would happen. When a person would show up in Jesus' crowds and they would say one thing but then act a very different way, he would call them what? He would call them playmakers, actors. You're acting, just like that theater over there. You're playmaking, you're acting. And that word for playmaker in Greek was what? Hypocrite. That was the word. He was calling it an actor. He was saying, you show this, you say this, you tell me that, but you're an actor, you're a hypocrite, you're a playmaker. And that name stuck. You don't have to write this down. It's just, you can write it down if you want. But he just simply told this person, you're behaving one way when you're kind of over here, and you're showing a different persona, a different face, a different, and so therefore you're acting, you're faking, you're a hypocrite, and that means stuff. So today when someone does that, we call them hypocrites. By the way, in ancient times, like with the Greek, they oftentimes wrote about your personality was determined not so much by this mask that you would put on, but by what were the fluids that were going through your body. So they said if you had too much of a particular fluid going through your body or humor, then you would show, it would come out in a certain way. You'd be, some of these words, you know, what were some of the humors or fluids that people might have? There were 4 primary humors or fluids, and we'd say if you have too much of this, you might show a personality characteristic like what? Give me some of the words they would use. If you were very kind of melancholic, okay, well, you're melancholic. That was a fluid, so you're melancholy, or phlegmatic, or sanguine, or choleric if you're hot-headed, for example. Well, I put this up just to demonstrate that people have always wondered about personalities. We've always wondered, because we always want to predict other people because they always have an influence on us. I want to know more about this person. I don't know if they have an influence. I don't know why are they this way? And the Greeks said, it's because they have too much of this fluid. Others would say, no, as time has gone on, we've found out other influences on our personality. Some of you find a genetic influence to be very powerful. You're just like mom or dad. How many say, gosh, the older I get, I'm more and more seeing my mom and my dad in me, and I act just like them. And you see this, how big of a role does genetics play? Certainly we don't believe fluids play a role anymore. We use those words still, but it's more related to the type of personality that you may have been kind of born with. So, final definition of personality, it's just enduring response patterns, such as ways that you might think or feel or act across a variety of situations. Now, it doesn't mean it's like a robot. You can vary, you can differ. One time I just had a motorcycle. I was sitting by myself on top of this cliff overlooking the city of Fort Collins. It's called Horsetooth Reservoir. And I'm up there, and I'm sitting there on my motorcycle. It's about midnight. There's nobody around except for one car. It was kind of a place you come up and park your car and bring your data there or something. And they're way at the other end. So I'm standing on my motorcycle, and here's what I hear. Ready? I hear, and there's a huge mountain behind me, before you get to this cliff. And here comes this car.
I can hear you.
And you can just hear it coming around these cars very fast. And then it gets to the cliff. It's a big hairpin turn, and they missed it. And they went right up the cliff. And I'm by myself on the motorcycle going, why does this always happen? And I see this guy way down there with his car. I go, hey. And I finally get his attention. Hey, there's a car went off the cliff. And he's like, oh, go call people. Go call 911. He goes, okay, I'll see it. They went off the cliff. Yeah, they're down there. So he gets in his car, he goes down, he goes and gets it. And so, okay. My response at the time was like, and so you could predict what was my response. I've told you enough about me. Could you predict what I did?
Being
I
calm.
left and never came back. No, not really. I realized, but I wasn't happy about it. In fact, the whole time I'm going,
I didn't see it.
I gotta go. A little bit. And there's different personalities associated with it. We used to think that.
That's a nice ass car, right?
Years and years ago, 100 years ago, this was pretty common to make associations between body type and personality. We don't do that. Do you think we do that much today? Probably not. Sometimes, every once in a while. Facial expressions, you all were bringing that out. Emotional expressiveness might tell us something about how they respond emotionally to things, how they don't. Facial expressions, by the way, the ones that most of you picked up as we started this as I asked this question, there were some quick indicators. Most of you went to this. You went to the face. You talked about their eyes, their posture, their kind of look, their smile, their expressiveness. The face may be our best gauge. If you're just doing this in a quick way, we tend to pay attention. We see the body, we see what they do, you know, clothing-wise, hair-wise, dress-wise, but that face is really important. And in fact, most people would say, I can only do one thing, I just look at the face. By the way, they asked students this question, what's the best way to get the gauge of somebody's personality? Suppose I give you some hints, things to look for. Would it be better to have a meal with them, sit and talk with them for, let's say, I don't know, a half an hour to an hour, and do that 2 or 3 times? Would you have a better sense of their personality if you did that? Or if you got to go and spend about a half hour or something like that, 15, 20 minutes in their room without them there? Which would you pick, and which would be a better gauge for you determining their personality? Would you rather interact with somebody for a little bit of time, about an hour face-to-face, or would you think it would be more revealing to go into their dorm room without them there?
By the way,
they did a study, and then they compared to see who had the more accurate gauge of a person, and it was the people that spent time in their dorm room that had the more accurate gauge of that person's personality. That's interesting, isn't it? Because the face holds some appeal to us. We see something, we go, oh, I can see what they're like. They seem to be not so happy. They seem to be kind of sad a lot.
This motherfucker was smoking a motherfucker.
80% of the
Why do you want this
population see that as, if not females valid, an extremely valid.
So where am I going? Where do you feel? Where do I fucking take you?
That's just kind of the way most people, when you ask them, if you say,
I'm getting chased by the damn football. Oh, shit. Give me a second, JC.
It's the face. That's what I look for.
I just tried to answer.
Ready?
Oh, whatever.
Let's try this one. If you looked at babies' faces, could you see what they're going to grow up to be like? Could you go, oh, I know that kid, that's going to be trouble. The kid in the middle looks like a little bit of trouble. I don't know why, but he's going to probably enjoy it. I don't know. How about this group of adults? By the way, the year is 1978, so their dress is funny and weird. It's like 1978. But wouldn't you invest your money with these people if they came up to you and said, hey, you got $1,000 invested in my company? How many would say, there is absolutely no way? Many of you would go, because you're probably looking at their face, and they're saying, if they say they want money from you, you might go, and what kind of cult do you run? By the way, the cult that they run is called Microsoft.
I knew it!
And your $1,000, you would be worth like a couple of million. If you had invested with them in 1978, that guy is Bill Gates. Doesn't he look just like the baby in the picture before? Huh? Don't judge by just the face. Okay. Personalities. People throughout the ages have wanted to figure out a person's personality. We're always intrigued by that. I want to know if this guy's safe, if this guy's fun, if this guy is somebody that I should pay attention to, worry about, be friends with, like, avoid. And so people have always asked this. The history throughout, as we look back even to ancient history, people are writing about people and trying to figure things out.
Oh my God,
we're trying to figure out things about ourselves and other people. In fact, historically, this is a cool little aside, but what are those?
Run, bitch!
Those are masks. They're called what? Comedy and tragedy. Where do you see masks like that? In theaters, right? Why do we associate masks like that with theaters? Because in ancient theaters, they didn't wear makeup. They wore masks. Why did they wear masks in ancient theaters. Because if I was up on this stage and you were trying to figure me out, I would in an ancient Greek theater, for example, I would put one of these masks on and you would know what? You would know I'm the tragic figure, and you could expect behavior from me, and you could predict my personality, and you could know what's about to happen because I wore this particular mask. And so people in the audience would go, oh, here comes the tragic figure. We know what's going to happen now. And those masks were called personas. That's what they were called. In ancient theaters, stage actors would wear these masks, and the Latin word is persona, which is where we get our word personality. Do you see the connection? They were putting on their personalities. And we begin to associate a person with that personality, just like you might be associated with your persona by what the mask that you wear and show to people. And some people feel like sometimes they're wearing a mask to other people. And you all are certainly wearing a face that other people are looking at and figuring out and using to help determine what you're like.
Shoot!
What's interesting, by the way, and this is just a quick history, so the word persona now begins to not only identify the word, that mask, but the person behind it. And so that's kind of where we get our word, it's the person, the persona, your persona, who you are, what you are like.
That was
a quick side story. 15 miles, probably about 15, 20 years ago, they discovered in some archaeological digs, not 15 miles from where Jesus was a little boy, they found what? They found the remnants of a theater that was active when he was a little boy. A theater where they probably wore things like that. So, not far from him, which is interesting because it might have played into something that he would do when a person would show up one way with their words, but act a different way with their behavior. He would then say what? If at the time, what word was oftentimes associated with somebody who would say some things in writing down some of these stories and some of these things that would happen when a person would show up in Jesus's crowds and they would say one thing but then act a very different way. He would call them
just play the other fucking games.
He would call them playmakers.
Look at YouTube on that shit.
Actors.
At least this
you're acting. Just like that theater over there, you're playmaking, you're acting. And that word for playmaker in Greek was what?
I don't even know where I put that card.
That was the word. He was calling it an actor. He was saying, you show this, you say this, you tell me that, but you're an actor. You're a hypocrite. You're a playmaker. And that name stuck. You don't have to write this down. It's just, you can write it down if you want, but he just simply told this person, you're behaving one way when you're kind of over here and you're showing a different persona, a different face, a different, and so therefore you're acting, you're playmaking, you're a hypocrite. And that name stuck. So today when someone does that, we call them hypocrites. By the way, in ancient times, like with the Greek, they oftentimes wrote about your personality was determined.
A little bit because it kind of pissed me off that she kept
not so much by this mask that you would put on, but by what were the fluids that were going through your body. And I'm not having a good day today. So they said if you had too much of a particular fluid going through your body or a humor, then you would show it would come out in a certain way.
I told her either way it goes, it's like you study saying something about your mother, even with the other, like going down the street from his job, when you go to school, you still gotta worry about your mama.
A personality characteristic like
so I don't know what to tell you. Let's get around and hope when we get there.
If you were very kind of melancholic,
Well, Chrissy, you're telling me to say this, that, and the third. Well, I'm telling you to say this.
So you're melancholy or phlegmatic or sanguine.
You say what? I was listening to my homework. I can still talk. I was telling you what happened. But yeah, it was just a lot, where she kept repeating the same shit over and over again, and I'm like, now when it calls for repetition, when a person don't understand, that's when you repetition yourself. But I told you I understand. What we're gonna do is talk to fast food and try to talk it and try to get it done. I apologize to her, but I'm saying what I meant. Like, you need to tell them that you are homeless and you live with whatever and yada yada yada, and you've been living from house to house or whatever. I don't know. Whatever to float your boat or tickle your fancy. You get what I'm saying? But arguing with each other, I don't got time to keep listening to you whine about the same thing over and over again. Because right now, I'm worried about trying to feed my child. I'm worried about trying to get the strength to do my own damn homework. I'm going through probably a depression right about now that I don't know about, or burnout, or something is going on with me. And now I can't find this damn car. I lost the car. I'm irritated. Hmm? I have to. Hold up. I kind of feel sick.
Emergency.
Stop! Move!
I was just coming to check
Come on, now, Mari. When I usually cough like that, you don't come that fast. You doing that because I'm on live.
No, I do.
No, you being nosy.
I do.
You don't.
I do that all the time.
No, you do not. Come on now. Go sit down. Technically, you ain't supposed to be up. You lucky I'm letting you watch TV. I gotta delete this shit. I done lost the car and everything. Somewhere in this field. Yeah, but it's just a lot of shit just kind of blew me today. Oh, I was trying to tell you, Walmart. So I made a $200 delivery. I was trying to make a $200 delivery or whatever. And Walmart been on some bullshit and trying to make me pay for it. But I paid for basically the Walmart Plus situation just so I could be able to go ahead and go shop. Because I can't really go shopping for myself. Because if I carry too much heavy shit, my hand go out. You get what I'm saying? So I paid for Walmart Plus so I would have a zero delivery, zero fee of shipping. And do you know they trying to make me pay $16 to try to get my food and stuff like that? And then they ain't even telling me what the $16 is for. They just trying to charge my car $16 for nothing. Because technically all orders over 35 is free delivery. So why the fuck am I paying $16 for? So they finally just like literally just gave me like a promo code for $25 so I could get my food So I'm gonna have to wake up early in the morning and do that part because they trying to show him that I couldn't use my card without the $16. Trying to show him that they end up disabling my card. So now I still gotta wait tomorrow, early in the morning. Well, I
What do
got
you
to
need,
wait
boss?
24
Some wheels?
hours.
I can bring them round.
And I'm kind of
Okay,
irritated
I got stuff to
with that
do.
situation. I'm really irritated though. And motherfuckers just don't even understand how they just, huh? You say who? That's true, but that's what I'm saying. What I was saying was I was pissed off at first. It took me a lot to get that. Cause I had to call, I was texting at first. And I was about to like literally just why I keep doing that? Go to Merriweather Insurance. Or Morris Mutual Insurance, whatever. I had
MMI, we expect the unexpected. Sure.
I had to sit here and I had to I went to contact them and I was texting them, but it wasn't getting through. And it wasn't as it was me talking to them over the phone. Then I tried to talk to the AI and she wasn't helpful at all. And then I finally got in touch with an agent. You know? But it took me forever to get in touch with an agent. All right. What was that blue dot for? How is it that I keep getting hit by? Like, what, I just hit a cop or something? I'm confused on what the fuck is going on.
Hey, it's Paige Harris. I work with Lester Crest.
Go the fuck away. What the fuck is you doing?
Looks like we don't have to do this hard. Go! Go!
Oh my god, really? This is a lot of freaking bullcrap. They doing too much. They really is. They doing too damn much. Like, I ain't getting nothing. I'm getting to that point where I can't take it no more. I'm getting irritated. I had a car, and I was supposed to lose the cops, Player invited you to a group session. I don't give a fuck. Fuck it. F it. Kamarion, I see you again. I'm taking everything out of there, and you gonna just be in the dark. How about that? Cause it's 11:29, and you shouldn't even be up. That's period. So what you want to do? You want to keep trying me? Okay, well lay the fuck down and look at TV. I gave you the TV. I'm letting you look at it. Cause I know you went to sleep early. Yeah, but that shit crazy as hell. Like, it was a lot just going on. At least I got that situated. It took me like close to 4 to 5 hours to get that shit situated. You heard me? That shit took me forever to get that shit situated. I don't know why it's vibrating. What is that vibration? Is it up here? It's got something to do with this over here. Found it. You know I wasn't tweaking. Something was vibrating and I was trying to figure it out. Spray LS each day and earn cash and RSP. So how do you use it? Where is the spray can? On the wall, spray can. How do you do it? How do you use the spray can? That's a smoke grenade, all that shit. Nope, that's not it. Is it somewhere in here? No, that's not it. You know what? Fuck it. Let me get out of this bitch. Found a spray can, don't know how to do it. Got a text message. What the fuck was that? You know what? Joy. Let's see what the fuck that is. Do something new. I'm getting tired of the police. And half the time I'm not getting no money.
You said you ain't getting no money?
No, I just ran into a car. At first, I ran into a car basically that I was going to drop off. And then, some shit happened where when I took the car, I was trying to lose the police and I lost the car. You know, because dude Simon wants you to collect some cars and then he don't show you exactly where the fuck you supposed to take them to. But I lost that, and then I seen that it was a blue dot on the screen, so I tried to go to him and died and got the cops called on me. It was a lot of shit, and I ended up dying with that one. But I found the dot, the blue dot. It was a sleeping bomb, and then all I was doing was trying to make some fucking money, but obviously it wasn't working out.
All those people about to join.
I don't know what this is. Somebody invited me to it. I might quit. What is this?
Jump into a rocket and kill other teams. Say blast into a rocket and kill other teams.
Well,
Blast into a rocket.
jump to the rocket to kill other teams. I don't know what that
You
means.
gotta blow them up.
Okay, this takes too long. $200,000. This is my car. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, the gushy stuff. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that shit. Oh shit. What the hell? I took a picture of it. I gotta pee. Oh God.
Alright, peace.
Need some food. I'm fucking starving, bro. What if I make these bitches? I'm gonna make these though. I'm gonna make these. Oh, they so good though. Fucking. Ugh. I'm gonna make some. I'm gonna make some hamburger helper. Fuck that. You the beat of love. I wanna rock with you all night. Dance you in the sunlight. I wanna rock with you. We're gonna dance the. Excuse me, buddy. Alrighty.
Alright, later.
Rock you in the sunlight. I wanna rock with you all night. I wanna dance tonight. I don't own the rights to none of this music that's playing. Move like Jagger.
Hi, I'm Kara. What are you wearing? Skinny jeans.
When you're naked. And it goes like this. When you with me. Shit, I should have did that. But I only got a few minutes. watch and learn. I'm gonna tell you twice. Oh, baby, full of love. And my secrets. What I see it. And it goes like this. Oh shit, they still doing it. Crap. I'm just gonna have to work with what I got already. I gotta hurry up. Put the bitch in there. All noodles. Heat some food up. Go, 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 go. Gotta hurry up. Gotta make it quick. Going further than this. Only this. God damn it. Try not to hit nothing. Where I wanna stay with you. There is a limit, and this is what I say. Oh God. This is complicated right here. So bad, it's my only wish. Go, 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 go. Well, I run out of time. Down at the borderline is where I wanna stay. With you. Yeah, I'm 100. This is what I say. I don't go any further than this. Whoa! They cheating like a motherfucker. Why is this bitch pushing like that? And going airborne. Hello, kitty cat. Meet me halfway. Why don't you meet me something, something, something. Now I wanna stay for you. Where is my car? Where is my car?
Hey, where we hanging out? How you doing, man?
Living in a box. Living in a cardboard box. Box. Living in a cardboard box. Am I living in a cardboard box?
You're the one who fucking won. That door will probably be one hell of a way to screw you.
Oh shit. I gotta put back on my homework. I gotta put back on my homework. I forgot all about this shit. I'm just been, fuck, I ain't got that much time. Fuck!
Or choleric if you're hot-headed, for example. Well, I put this up just to demonstrate that people have always wondered about personalities. We've always wondered, because we always wanted to predict other people because they always have an influence on us. I want to know more about this person. I want to know if they have an influence. I don't know why are they this way? And the Greeks then, it's because they have too much of this food. Others would say, no, as time has gone on, we've found out other influences on our personality. Some of you find the genetic influence to be very powerful. You're just like mom or dad. How many say that? The older I get, I'm more and more seeing my mom and my dad in me, and I act just like them. And you see this, how big of a role does genetics play? Certainly we don't believe fluids play a role anymore. We use those words still. But it's more related to the type of personality that you may have been kind of born with. So, final definition of personality, it's just enduring response patterns, such as ways that you might think or feel or act across a variety of situations.
7,000.
Now, it doesn't mean it's like a robot. You can vary, you can differ.
I got 5 minutes.
One time
This must
I
be
took
far
another
as
motorcycle. I
hell.
was sitting by myself on top of this cliff, overlooking
No,
the
don't
city of Fort
next
Collins.
shit.
It's called Horsetooth Reservoir. And I'm up there, and I'm sitting there on my motorcycle. It's about midnight. There's nobody around except for one car. It's kind of a place you come up and park your car and bring your date up there or something. And they're way at the other end. So I'm sitting on my motorcycle, and here's what I hear. Ready? I hear. And there's a huge mountain behind me, before you get to this cliff. And here comes this car. And you can just hear it coming around these cars very fast. And then it gets to the cliff. It's a big hairpin turn, and they missed it. And they went right off the cliff. And I'm by myself. Why does this always happen? And I see this guy way down there with his girl. I go, hey. And I finally get his attention. Hey. There's a car went off the cliff. And he's like, oh, go call people. Go call 911. He goes, okay, I'll see it. They went up the cliff. Yeah, they're down there. So he gets in his car, he goes down, he goes and gets it. And so, okay. My response at the time was like, ow. And so you could predict what was my response. I've told you enough about me. Could you predict what I did? I left and never came back. No, not really. I realized, but I wasn't happy about it. In fact, the whole time I'm going, doggone it. I gotta go down there and help him and probably pieces of body everywhere. That's what I'm sorry, that's what it was. But that's what I was thinking the whole time, like, I just don't want, oh man, it's pitch dark and I had to go down this cliff and I'm climbing down and the car's upside down. Every time I see it, smoke coming out of it, and I'm thinking, and so it wasn't calmness, it was like, oh man, this stinks, I gotta go down there. And I was just mad. So we all differ. By the way, going down there, these girls were hanging in the car upside down by their seatbelts.
Redbone Chrissy, here's your mind. People don't help me pay for anything. They be able to give me any money, so I don't need to be giving them money all my time. Redbone Chrissy, here's your mind. People don't help me pay for anything. They be able to give me any money, so I don't need to be giving them money all my time.
Got them all the way up. And they were just surprised at the fact that they survived this. In fact, they kept talking about, like, I can't believe that. You sure there's nobody else down there? They kept asking the girls. And they asked me, like, I don't know. They said there's only two. I don't know. And they're like, stop it. No one survives these things. Like, oh, there they are. And at the end of the day, I remember realizing that some situations call for us and we're going to be different. And sometimes it's hard for us to predict our behavior. Sometimes things like that get me freaked out. I don't like it. Sometimes you can say, I don't want to be in that. Your response pattern varies. But the key is it tends to be across a variety of situations. Okay? So, in this case, to come up with a theory about why I am or why you are like this comes up with a couple of ways of expressing this. They look for certain patterns or tendencies or habits. We call these oftentimes a strategy. A theory of personality is really a strategy that provides us ways, guidelines, if you want, or assumptions to investigate a person's personality. So now a theory says, well, use this strategy, go find out these questions, find out about a person in this kind of environment, and you'll know a little bit about their personality. There's a big snake right outside this room earlier today. How many saw the big boa snake? How many avoided it as far and you walked as far around it and okay. Some of you are like, I don't want to see this snake. Some of you are like, well, that's a cool snake. I want to go see the snake. Some of your personalities are like, I've never really been around a snake, but I want to go see this. And the point for a theory is, okay, let's go find out a little bit about how people respond to novel situations or new situations. And let's use that as a strategy to help us predict or determine or investigate and measure their personality. There are 5 that I want you to know about. Learning, humanism, traits, cognitive, and psychoanalytic. Because these are just a few, but they're the most kind of researched. They're the strategies or the theories that has been a lot of effort and thought and time and research has gone into studying them. So here they are. Learning. Humanism, trait perspective, cognitive, and psychoanalytic. And they would answer a question like this. Each of these would come up with a different answer to this question. Why are some people shy and outgoing? Why are some people maybe friendly or edgy or laid back? Well, why are some people more organized or disorganized? All big personality questions. By the way, if you went into their dorm room and it was very organized and set up in a certain way in a nice organized fashion, do you think that person's going to be pretty organized in life? If their room was clean and meticulous, and then the pencils were in a certain place, and their computers in a certain place, and their desk was arranged in a certain way, and their drawer and their closet was all neat, you know, and every clothes hanger was 2 fingers apart, would that tell you something about their personality? Do you think that person in life is going to be probably pretty organized? Yes. The question is, why are they like that? Did they learn that? Were they reinforced? Did their parents say, keep your room clean? And so a learning theorist says, they will say, the strategy that they use to measure a person's personality is by looking at things like reward structures. What are the reward structures or punishments that in this person's life that have led them to behave this way or act this way? What's going on in their external environment that has conditioned them this way? Okay? So, by the way, I just summarized all of learning theory in like 2 sentences. That's it. Humanists would say, this is a little bit harder to do in just 2 sentences, but a humanist would use a strategy that says, what's a person's conscious experience and awareness right now, and what are they feeling about their trait or their ability to be organized? What's their feeling, or when they're shy? Well, what's going on with them? And so the humanist perspective, it's a little harder to describe in a brief form, but they would look at things like conscious awareness or subjective feelings.
Damn, that motherfucker was close to the motherfucker.
Theorist, somebody like the Myers-Briggs,
why he was so
is a trait theory.
I'm finna smoke a
based on a trait theory. They're going to look at your temperament or your abilities or things that are lasting, enduring about you, and they call that the trait personality. It flows from that. Does that make sense? Questions so far? Anything about personality and using these 5 theories? So that's trait. So you see it? We're trying. Each of these theories are going to attempt to measure or investigate why somebody is shy or outgoing or organized, but they're going to ask different questions. They're going to come at it differently. Someone from a cognitive perspective is going to say, well, let's go talk to the person who's organized. Why do they think this way? Do they think that by being organized, their life will stay in control? How many know somebody who is very articulate, let's try this. How about you know somebody that's very organized and clean and it sets up this way in life? Do you think they do it for a reason? How do they think? Tell me, if you raise your hand, how does that person think, and why do they do that? Because they think what? Anybody?
This is the one thing they can have control of.
Maybe this is the thing that they have control over. And by being in control here, they feel like I'm in control of more things in life, right? So cognitive psychologists say, well, how are you thinking about being organized or not so organized? How do you interpret your reality or organize it? Okay? And then lastly, psychoanalysts oftentimes will tend to look at maybe unconscious motives. Freud would have looked at sexual instincts. They might even, some from this perspective, could look at things like childhood experiences and say the reason you like to be organized, the way we would go about assessing that is we look at your childhood and see what happened during that time where you might have felt unorganized, and this gave you more control and you liked that. And so it comes from something deeper within your childhood. Okay, does that all make sense? These are just some of the many different kinds of theories that are out there on personality, and no questions. I'm going to move forward to just looking at how we measure. You want to try that real quick? Here's a measure then, and some of the ways that we can try, like the Myers-Briggs and others. And I'll give you a real quick way to do this. Questions on the theories? Make sense? All right. Okay. So, to measure personality, is another key point. So each of these theories would have different ways of measuring. Some are really hard, by the way. Some are difficult. And fine measuring a person's personality can take on a couple of different forms. So let's try an easy way. Ready? Here is a strategy and an easy way that you could probably go and do in about 15 to 20 minutes by looking at what we call some of the most important traits we all have. Each of us have a personality characteristic or trait that we share with other people to some level or degree or another. In fact, we narrowed down the 5 most important traits that we all vary on. And if you know where a person stands on these 5 traits, you can see where they stand and where you stand, and you get a good gauge of their personality. We call it the Big 5. The Big 5. And by the way, you can find it at that website and take it, what's called this personality inventory that psychologists would say, this, after 20, 30, 40, 50 years of research, these 5 personality traits, and anybody want to take a guess what one of those 5 big personality traits are that we all share alike, and we're somewhere on the continuum? Give me one, give me something that all of us, you would know and want to know about somebody that would peg them, if where they stood on this one. Anybody?
No. Pause. So, a personality trait that will peg a person just in general, energy. That's my say so. A personality trait for me to peg people out mainly is energy. Because I could tell by your energy whether you are a right person to talk to, and or I could tell by your energy if you're very talkative, you talk too much or something like that. I could tell by that energy that basically it's the energy you give off. Like you give off bubbly, you give off mean, aggressive, something like that. I could peg that shit. So the main thing that I look at when I'm looking at a personality trait is energy. What did you say?
My God,
JC?
who the hell cares?
What you say? I'm saying, what personality trait that you have, that you can see to peg somebody just in general. So to peg that person, what overall thing that you look at a person to like figure out who they are? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Your phone breaking up real bad. You might have to hang up and call back or something. Okay, say something now. It's really really muffled. Huh? Maybe it's my phone. Yeah, that's better. Now I can hear you. So you say dressing. If you dress the part, then it's perfect. you think because they half naked, they're not?
Especially if I can't talk to people about how that makes me feel. You know what I'm saying? If I can't talk to people about how emotional people feel, and my wife won't let me talk to people.
Well, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying is like a personality trait that everyone, when you look at them, pegs them. The personality trait, not about a woman. So even when me and you feel the way they dress is what pegs them as that person that you will probably have a conversation with. Ooh, wrong person, wrong person. God damn it, I'm trying to call you, end up calling baby daddy. Yeah, because I don't know what the fuck going on with the phone. It's like it's sounding really muffled. Yeah, I had to change that phone because that's my government phone. But so even when it comes down to a nigga, it's about how they dress, right? Okay, so what I'm saying is we're not talking about woman wise. We're talking about a personality trait. Yeah, in a person, not just one person. So you look at how a man dressed too, including. Okay. So how they dress is the main thing. The energy is the energy for me. Mm-hmm.
She's a person of such respect. She has respect for herself. She don't show her body, and she like that to everybody. So that shows she has some kind of level of respect. And as long as you have respect for yourself, baby, I got respect for you. See what I'm saying? And that's all there is to it.
Right. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Yeah. Yeah, my thing is the internet. I mean, the energy that when people. Yeah, but me, I was just saying, like, even to peg a friend, like, I look at the energy. The energy you have is the energy that I peg you out as to be my friend or my boyfriend or, like, close to me or whatever the fuck the case may have you. It takes energy from me. It's not really the way people dress because at the end of the day, the way people dress, I understand you. For me, it's different. It's the energy. It's what we do. If we hang out, if we have fun, if you make me laugh and shit like that, that's the energy for me. I like humor, sense of humor, all types of shit. And that's how my like best friends are pegged out. Like half of the time they really have like a real good sense of humor. Yeah, but it was just in general. I was talking about just friends in general. Like that's how I peg off my friends and shit. Like real talk. Like all that shit is dead. Like if I can't laugh with you, you can't be my friend. If I feel like you're boring or I can't hang out with you and play the game with you or whatever the case may have you. Because I dealt with a motherfucking man that was like that. It was to the point where I couldn't play the game with him. I couldn't. But it's not about the man. It's even about my friends, like my girlfriends. My girlfriends gotta be, honestly, they gotta be funny. They can't force me to do anything that I don't want to do. I don't like that. I don't like friends that try to force you to do shit. I want them to be enclosed like me, you know, but still be out there, you know. And don't be a pushover, because that's why I pick my friends as I pick them. And the arguments happen and shit like that because don't play that. They don't play with people. They don't play that shit. Are you living in a cardboard box? Who can I run to share this special thing called laughter? Who can I run to when I need love? Sweet love. As I sit here contemplating on the right thing to decide, should I take the wrong direction? All my life, where will I go? Is there a place for me?
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up.
Johnny on the spot, then hook me up.
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up.
It's gonna repeat again. I'm trying to turn this down. That shit gonna keep repeating over and over again. Because of the lag. Huh?
I'll get there as soon as I can.
Okay, so look here. I'm gonna collect. No, I'm not. I'm gonna do Bobcat Security. Oh, they got this one again. Okay. So you gotta give it some time and do another one, and then it'll come back up. Okay. That's pretty cool. I like that. Oh.
Hey. Thanks. My getaway driver, I don't know, got spooked and ran. You're really saving my ass here. Listen, I'll cut you in. I'll cut you in. Just release the cops.
Why am I spinning around in circles? This is what I hate the most. Like, I swear to God. It's like soon as you like get into it with the cops or something like that, and the cop you trying to lose the cops, they always make you spin around like 15 times. Like the drift has came onto your shit out of fucking nowhere. Oh.
All right. There's a drop point at that address. Let's go.
Let's go then, buddy. And you try to kill me, I'm gonna kill you. Oh my God, stop spinning around in a circle. I know this song. Oh my God.
Send the money now.
That was decent. What that say? Thanks for taking care of the driving. I sent you the cut of the tape. Thank you, sir. I wish I could call you back and do more. I would love to help you, Rob. No, I was talking to the robber that I just picked up. He was like, thank you for helping me. I'm like, you're very, very welcome. Man, sir, I'd do more if you would have gave me your number. It would have been, we would have been robbing together. Yeah. I'm talking about the, what's they call it? Guess who I just spoke to, the grow house. Let me know why you're calling me instead of maturing the soil and nitrogen. Resupply right now. So I gotta go resupply my shit. I'm finna steal some supplies. Fuck that shit. That's exactly what I'm finna do. I'm gonna resupply my grow building. Who just killed me?
Piece of shit! You ain't too smart.
Gotta finish listening to this because I got another one that's an hour long that I gotta fucking listen to. This one 57 minutes.
Ooh, how about introversion and extroversion? Do you think
Oh, God. Yeah.
If you know where somebody stands on this, you probably have a pretty good gauge of what kind of person you're going to interact with, right? Introversion, extroversion. And that's exactly it. So, how to assess the person? By watching their behavior, you can do that too. Here's some clues to look for. Here's a big find. I'll tell you what, I'll put them in a different order. So, don't write these down. I'm going to put them in a different order that I think will be more memorable. But here's what we're going to look at. Extroversion, being talkative or sociable or fun-loving. Being agreeable, sympathetic or warm or trusting. How many have a friend that's high on the agreeable scale? How many know somebody that's sympathetic or trusting and warm? How about know somebody on the conscientious scale? They're ethical, dependable, productive, purposeful. How many know somebody that's high on that scale, you would say? How about high on the neuroticism scale? They're anxious, insecure, guilt-prone, and self-conscious. You know anybody? More hands. Openness to experience. How many know somebody that's daring, non-conforming, they have broad interests and kind of imaginative? Okay. These are 5. Think of them as the ocean. The ocean traits. Ocean 11. In this case, it's only ocean 5. O for openness, C for conscientiousness, E for extroversion, A for agreeableness, and N for neuroticism. And we call these, ready, the big 5 personality traits. Put a person somewhere on the continuum on each of these 5, and you've got a pretty good gauge of the personality. And you can therefore kind of predict a little bit of their behavior or what to expect from them in any given situation.
Yeah.
And that's the goal. So, openness. By the way, there's the website again.
Hey, I'm just
and I told you before that people did go into dorm rooms to try and measure their personality. And I'm going to pull back just a second. I'm going to show you the past slide. And it goes like this, remember?
Yeah,
extroversion, agreeableness, conscientiousness, neuroticism, and openness to experience. So now we asked a cool study, went into a person's dorm room and they looked around and they tried to see how accurate they were at gauging a person they never met just by looking at their dorm room. Which of these deans, which of these 5, which of the ocean traits do you think they were able to best accurately nail or predict based upon what they saw in the dorm room? How many would say that openness was something they were able to see in a dorm room? They're open to new experiences, open to, okay, good. How many think conscientiousness? How conscious they were about, remember when we talked about conscientiousness? Ethical, dependable, productive. I don't think that would have been on there. It's pretty high. How about extroversion, introversion in a dorm room? Yeah. How about agreeableness? Were they agreeable or not so agreeable? Were they sympathetic and warm, trusting? I don't know if the dorm room showed that. How about neuroticism? Were they kind of anxious, insecure?
Why the fuck is this person?
Well, by the way, here were the top 3, and
they suck.
They were very good at assessing openness,
they suck at fucking pinpointing people. I hate that.
Than people who interacted with the person face to face. They had just as good of a measure about this by looking at their rooms. So, those are the 5.
Nobody armor.
All right. Questions? You understand the 5? Here's how quickly this test is. By the way, the reason the dorm room worked is because people left things like, like their identity kind of claims, how they left their room, how they decorated, was something a little bit about what they were like, kind of came out of their decorations. And so people that were judging rooms and trying to figure out a person's personality would look for things like, I see they read these books, or they have these pictures, or the room looks like that. There was what we call behavioral residue laying around, that is, how clean or not so clean. And then things that would regulate their thoughts and feelings, like maybe they had a bunch of, candles in the room, or a bunch of other things in the room that would kind of show how they might regulate their thoughts or feelings. So that's why it was there. So, let's try this. Here is the website one more time, and this is what you'll get. It'll show you on that scale from one end to the other. And here are my results. I took it just to show you. And you can see how good you are predicting. Are you more closed-minded or more open to new experiences? So, you guys know me a little bit. I'm kind of more open. Am I more disorganized or conscientious? I don't know if I like that answer. I'm more conscientious. Am I more introverted or extroverted? Oh, I'm more intro. I'm more
like, how the fuck I don't see nobody?
And I don't really know you. I'm like
I'm following the dots and this shit is not working.
Did that surprise some of you? Am I more agreeable or disagreeable? Be quiet. I'm more agreeable. Am I more nervous? And I try to probably realize. I think I told you I'm like way over there. So I did this for my wife, and I took hers to see where she is at, and just to show you, because some of you want to go, this is me. What would be a good 5 pattern for me if I want to date somebody? Better yet, what would be a bad way and a bad 5? So here's my wife, by the way, Lisa. She is not close-minded, she was about the same. Conscientious, and you guys don't know it. Look at her face. What do you think? More disorganized or conscientious? Yeah, she's more disorganized. I know, it's been a challenge. I'm worrying, and I was like, wow. Okay, how about introverted, extroverted? Look at her face. She's like extroverted to the extreme. Like, oh, we should go party right now. Let's go find a bunch of people. Why? I don't know, because people are fun. Like, no, they're not always fun. What is she, more agreeable or disagreeable? Oh, look at her face again. She's very disagreeable.
I agree with that.
She's like, way, no, not really. She's like so far unagreeable. It's like, that sounds great. Let's do that. Okay. And nervous, calm, she's like looking over there. Nothing really. She's like, whatever. We're like, rarely get things done because they're so calm and relaxed. That bug you? Nah, bug me either. Awesome. Let's move forward. Now, so you could do what you. Now, so by the way, you could decide which of these people, which ones are you really like committed to that I don't want anybody who's that. Does that make sense? And so you could, by the way, you could fill it out for them and see where they're at. I did it for somebody that I would say is the wrong person for me. They would look like that. No, not really. But it's somebody that's highly disagreeable and highly nervous. And you can see Lisa is completely opposite of those, and I think that works for me. Because that person would be like, I don't know if I can go on with that. That is how you can assess. And would you like to see the website again, or do you want to get it? Most of you got it. A not so easy way. Who wants to try and be the subject for the day? Brooke. Raise your hand pretty quickly. And tell me your name. Tyler. Tyler. Shit. With a K. Cool name. Tyler and Brooke. Ready? Here we go.
Oh, toy.
Let's put a picture up. And I want you to tell me what you think is going on in that picture. All right. Brooke, tell me out loud. What's going on?
It's a girl.
It's a girl.
She's very upset.
She's very upset.
And she's at the foot of her bed crying.
She's at the foot of her bed crying. Brooke, let me ask this question. Why is she upset?
Because her stepfather has really hurt her feelings and disowned the family.
Her stepfather? Let's go with Kyler over here. Because her stepfather has disowned the family and hurt her feelings. How do you know she's upset? What gives it away that she's upset?
She's in
in a kind of a fetal, closed-in position.
She might not be upset. She might be exhausted.
She's grieving because what?
Somebody passed.
She's suffering the loss of a loved one. How many did not see anything at all like that in this picture? Maybe some of you did.
That is a good
Maybe
picture,
some of you
but
are like,
the way that picture looked, it looked like she was exhausted.
This is why it's not so easy. Because ready? This, Brooke, Kyler, is something that you told me from your personality. You just projected it onto that picture.
Oh, shit.
So therefore, you projected onto that picture something about you. So what kind of test do you think we call this?
That's basically a projection test.
You projected your stuff onto this picture.
Oh, that is smart.
Projective test. Like a...
That is fucking smart. Hold up, I gotta try this out. I gotta try something out. Look at this picture. What do you see? The reason why is because everything that you said about this picture projects on me. Yes, it does. That's what I'm learning. I projected that she was exhausted. I thought she was exhausted. Somebody else. She's not beat up. She's breathing. But I don't know. Some people said that she was breathing. Some people said she was breathing. I just asked. Because I figured out. I said when I looked at this picture, I looked at her being exhausted. It's my homework. What? Deserve what? You ain't even described the picture. She look like she's fucking exhausted to me. She look exhausted to me. And it sounds like you just mad about everything. So I'm just gonna leave it alone. What is this? I'm gonna check this out. Boy, you following me? Hi there. Hi there, kitty. Hi there, cat.
Projector, you've taken your stuff, your personality, and put it on that picture and told me things about it, about she's sad or hurt. And you see things, and so we call this a projective test. So to analyze your statements, by the way, I can't do it, I'm not trained. But there are people being trained in projective tests who can take all of your questions, all of your projections, and start to map out. They wouldn't stop with this picture, they'd show you other pictures. Something some of you might have picked up in this picture, some of you didn't. But some of you might go,
that's me, but that's me, don't want to be like that. But it's me.
That's understandable. But it was basically like a test of prayer. Okay, so basically it's like...
I'm holding that shit in, keep doing it.
But we understand. I understand.
That's the best way I can answer that shit.
Yeah, I understand. But basically what it was my psychology homework is talking about basically how people look at pictures. People look at art.
Not like that.
People look at art. It is art. Okay, look, Manny, just because it's sad.
Sorrows out of art.
But look, just because it's sad doesn't mean it's not art.
I had a psychiatrist hold up pictures that look like butterflies.
What the fuck they got to do with things?
I didn't say they were butterflies.
Just because it's sad doesn't mean it's not
said
art.
What a picture is, you can describe a lot of pictures.
But did you hear me though?
Did you hear what I said?
Just because it's sad
I heard you.
Doesn't mean it's not art.
I didn't say that.
You ever seen that picture with
I can't talk to you because every
you
time
seen that picture with the dude
I said that was me,
people?
but that ain't me doing that.
Okay, I was asking you a
I
question.
don't see only on TV.
Well, you ain't see the picture of dude when he drew that picture of them standing at gunpoint? It was art. It was still art. It happened, and a dictator was dictating. But at the end of the day, I won't ask you. I was just asking you a question. I was asking you a question. I don't care. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm tired of people. I've been arguing with unnecessary shit all day. I just was telling you about my homework. Whatever.
Oh, look what's right there. That's a knife. And so some of you might have picked that up, and some of you are like, oh my, that's what this is. She's really, really sad, and someone just broke her heart. Or whatever. That's a projective test. By the way, this is called the TAT test. Thematic. There's themes.
I was actually expecting a look from your ass. Like you
Themes,
said, I
perception,
I feel like that. And I don't show that.
You didn't ask for a hug.
Well, you should have saw it if I said that. I'm holding all that shit in.
Many more. And after a while, we'll start to see some themes that show up. If every time the same themes start to show up, they start to use that as, I'm starting.
If you see, I said I was like that, but I'm holding that shit in.
If you want a fucking hug, come get a fucking hug. Don't be thinking.
Gave me a hug.
No, nigga, I'm not affectionate. So how the fuck you gonna fuck me?
Well, you should have brought that shit up to me.
You have to ask me.
Well, tell you, teacher, you not affectionate, you know.
That's not affection.
That is all affection.
How to analyze somebody's personality.
Okay, you can't tell from that shit.
Maybe you need to look at the lecture.
I ain't finna look at shit on that.
You don't want to look at a lecture and learn?
No.
The fuck?
I'll learn. I already learned.
But instead, you could have just said, I want a hug, sis. Like, what the fuck? I'm unaffectionate. I don't go around hugging people. I don't even hug my niggas. I have problems with that. You ain't noticed? That's why I'm single. The fuck? Fucking weird. What the fuck? Let's go. Cause I gotta get away. And I don't want to stop. Oh.
See a theme in your life that you're projecting onto that. That's the same thing as a Rorschach. You would say the same thing. We could ask you, what do you see here? Oh, I see a girl that's crying because her stepfather left her. And you're like, okay, there's a theme going on here. Did you get it?
I see flowers. I see a flower, a stem, some petals. I see a flower, stem, petals, like one of those flowers that go on the inside that got the 3 little things in it and a little tube situation. Look at this. What you see? It look like a toy. What kind of toy? A sexual toy? I wonder what that means.
By the way, some of you are seeing, I don't know what you see. It doesn't really matter what you see in this, does it? Like, you see mooses at the top, and I don't know what else you see.
I didn't see
horns, ducks.
I seen a flower.
2 guys with big noses looking at each other. By the way, that these two tests, the thematic apperception test and the Rorschach ink blot test, are both projective. Ink blot, called the Rorschach, are both projective because they require the person taking the test to project their personality onto those images, and a trained
so your personality is sexual.
You'll be able to say, oh, you see this, and this therefore gives me insight to your personality.
It's funny as hell. So what you just said, right, was you see a Rose toy, a vibrator. Your personality is very sexual. Okay, so what does my personality say about me? I seen the stem, I seen the flowers, I seen basically, like, I think it was a lily. I don't know if that was a lily because no, they were saying basically based off of what you picked in the ink block test. In the ink block test, it basically states your personality trait. So you're very sexual, and you don't even notice that you're sexual. Okay, so with that being said, that's the personality that you have. My personality, I don't know what the fuck flowers mean. You are kind of sexual. Hell no. Echo, what is the personality trait when it comes down to the ink block test? I seen flowers, like a lily. I think it was a lily, the one with the long, or maybe no, we could say like the long tube, like morning glories in a stem, and like a bulb at the bottom of it. So what personality trait does that represent?
Interesting. Seeing flowers like lilies and morning glories in an ink blot test might suggest a creative, nature-loving personality.
Yep.
These images often reflect a person's emotional state and imagination.
Oh shit. I got a very good personality then.
That's awesome. Sounds like those morning glories and lilies reveal some pretty fantastic stuff about you. Nature-inspired imagery in ink blots usually points to someone who's got their creative and emotional sides beautifully balanced.
Oh shit. You hear that, JC?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
No, I was talking to JC, but thank you. Thank you so much for telling me that.
You're so welcome. Hope you and JC have a great chat.
But you hear that? It's like my personality is better than I thought it was. Because I thought I was just all mean and shit like that. But I'm very actually balanced. I'm a balanced category. Yeah. Kill. That's pretty cool. I learned some more shit.
That's why they call it projective test. And that's why they call things like the MMPI, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. Have you heard of the MMPI? That's called an objective test. You just simply answer yes, no, true, false, whatever. And that's more of an objective rather than a projective test. Does that make sense? By the way, these are very subjective. What you see up there depends, and that's why it's called a subjective or projective test. So ultimately, at the end of the day, we do have people who use tests in a legitimate scientific way, you know, not like in a maybe quick random way that you see on very, you know, websites that say, here, take this 5-minute test or this 3-minute thing. Those can be okay, like the Big Five. But oftentimes it can be used the wrong way. And so scientists that study this use, maybe, you call them who uses profiles? So a psychologist or somebody who has a PhD will use personality tests and assessments in like helping professions. That is, like you think about a clinical or a counseling psychologist. They will use a personality test to help them assess how to give help to a person who may be struggling or may need help. So they use a personality test, and that'll say, okay, and this helps me understand a little bit.
That's not your side. Just listen. You're being watched. Everything you do, they're everywhere. Everywhere. Freaking no-base. Those driverless taxis. You must have seen them. Autonomous cars. Autonomous. Right? Freaking Nismobile. The whole company is basically an FIB shield office. I can prove it. 24/7, on-street, mobile surveillance. Look around. I bet there's one there, right now. This is why we have to use payphones. It's the only thing they don't bother to monitor anymore. In the interest of self-preservation, we need to do something fast. And if self-preservation isn't enough, whatever we can get out of this, you can keep. I don't need the money. I need the...
You know what's funny? I ain't seen a payphone in a very long time.
In the meantime, don't get in one of those things. And don't...
I think we should bring back the payphone. You say what? I don't even know what I was supposed to be doing. I ain't seen none. I haven't seen none. Echo Rock. Where the fuck is Echo Rock at? I don't know where that's located. Where the fuck is that located at? Give me a second, JC. How the fuck are you supposed to find Echo Rock? What the fuck is it? Well, I just followed the A. Maybe I should follow the other A and call that shit a day. I'm gonna just follow the A. Because that bitch disappeared over here and ended up over here. Let me get through this, bitch.
About you, and so now I can see a better way to bring you help. But by the way, psychologists or PhDs who have work in the area of personality could also, besides treating disorders or doing therapy, the legal profession uses them, right? In maybe catching criminals.
What?
So some people use personalities and assessing a person. And the legal profession relies on some of them in their kind of goal to, let's say, catch criminals. A lot of TV shows use this, right? Well, give me an example of some TV shows that might use a profiler. What is it? Criminal Minds. Psych. Lie to Me. Have you seen that one? All of these. I don't know, The Mentalist. Criminal Minds, Lie to Me. All would be kind of examples, so to speak, of somebody using the field of personality to catch criminals. Government, military might use it to analyze foreign leaders. And so you have legitimate ways in which this whole field of assessing and measuring personalities could be used. So here's what I'm going to do. What we'll do is we'll finish real quickly next time, looking at one particular original approach, the psychoanalytic approach, Freud's approach. So here's what I need you to do. Ready? I need you to read about in personality, read Freud's perspective and his approach to personality. Things like the id, ego, superego. Read that. I'll briefly summarize it next time, and then we'll start disorders as well.
Biola University offers a variety of biblically-centered degree programs, ranging from business to ministry to the arts and sciences. Visit biola.edu to find out how Biola could make a difference in your life.
Why I get triggered when someone gives me unsolicited advice. When I was younger, it came mainly from family, whether it was like a family member telling me where I should go to school, what career I should have. And as I got older, it appeared in a little more subtle ways, I think.
Look at that 1 hour one.
Is that you? Okay, these driverless taxis have got a big PR campaign going, so we need to hit them where it hurts. Right in the bad publicity. Ruined rep, no funding. No funding, no surveillance. No surveillance, no dirt on you. First, you gotta break into the No-Way Depot, take control of their cars, and wreak havoc. Destroy their billboards, crash, wreck their cars, make a scene. Then get the hell out of there. Total carnage all over Snapmatic. You do it right, their stock price will tank by sundown. I'll pay you, I'll pay. Got a trunk of unmarked cash. Untraceable, I promise. Just go, go, go.
You know what's crazy? JC, you know what's crazy? I keep trying to have conversations with motherfuckers and people is making me feel some type of way, and I'm getting to the point where I don't even want to talk to nobody no more. Real talk, and then when I shut down, then the motherfucker gonna feel some type of way. Because me, I was just trying to have like a regular conversation. I just got into it with my fucking niece, you know, because of whatever the fuck was going on with her. And then now my brother too. I ain't got time for that shit, bro. Like, I'm trying to be a happy person. Can't be happy when everybody else around me miserable. That's weird. Bad part about it is I'm worse off than every fucking body that I'm talking to. The fucked up part, I'm sitting here, I ain't got no crib. Huh? Yeah, it's just in general, like, I'm the one that ain't got no fucking crib. I'm the one that, like, really don't have nothing. And I lost my kid. My kid is with somebody else. But the bad part about it is, instead of being all sad about the shit and talking about that shit all fucking day and arguing about that shit all fucking day and being an ordinary and mean fucking person, I sit here and I still try to bring positivity to every fucking body. But it's fucking weird that every fucking body don't give a fuck about my positivity. Don't give a fuck. All they sit there and do is argue all fucking day. That shit is weird. Like, I'm going through shit too. My baby got some type of things going on in his brain. I'm just gonna take their ass out. Do I got a super? I don't have nothing that got a suppressor on it. Because once I start shooting, it's over with. Do this one got a suppressor on it? Marksman rifle. Sniper rifle. Do this got a suppressor on it? How the fuck do you know if it got a suppressor? You know what? Oh, this got a suppressor on it. Damn, I killed my own damn friend. That's how you do it. Somebody just sent me a friend request. But it's just in general, I be trying to sit here and be positive about a lot of shit, and I'm actually going through a lot of fucking shit. Like, but it don't matter. What the fuck is going on again? This shit's starting to tweak. I'm looking for YouTube shit. Add as a friend. About to try over, but right now I'm taking a break. Is this it? I got a 1 hour. We go another one, 1 hour.
Hello everyone, and welcome on behalf of the Institute. I'm Nils Lewis. You've probably seen me around occasionally. I am the program manager here, and I'm really pleased to be introducing Dr. Louise McHugh tonight. I'll start by saying a little bit about why we're doing this program. This is National, it's Autism Awareness Month this month. And each of the previous years we have done various talks on autism. Usually, last year we had Evan Eichler who was focusing on the genes and genetic mutations that contribute to autism spectrum disorder. And at that one, we had a lot of people coming up, sort of bombarding him. He pointed out that he's a genetic researcher and doesn't really have much to tell them about the way they go about their lives, how they manage this challenge. I'm really happy to introduce Louise tonight. Louise is going to be talking to us about acceptance and community therapy more broadly. It's applicable to autism. And yesterday she was working with parents in the morning and clinicians in the afternoon on ways in which this tool can be applied in those scenarios. Today she'll be giving us more of a broad sense of it. I also want to welcome many colleagues here from the New England Center for Children and the Autism Support Network.
I'm doing this shit by myself.
So Louise, McHugh holds the post of lecturer at the University College Dublin School of Psychology. Her research interests are centered on the experimental analysis
when I try to get a nigga,
from a
I end up with the
analytic
same fucking
and
situation
relational frame theory perspective.
where somebody is trying to control me, but they don't want to help me. How the fuck you don't want to help me, but you're trying to control me and it don't work that way?
Psychotherapies, including acceptance and commitment therapy.
Make it make sense.
She has many accomplishments.
First of all, how you gonna control me into a ditch?
The self and perspective taking.
Let's be honest. First of all, you can't even keep a job, so how the fuck you gonna control me into a ditch? Like you can't keep no job, but you want to tell me what the fuck to do and how the fuck to say it and how the fuck to be. That makes no sense to me. Make it make sense. I'm just trying to figure this shit out. One day at a time. At the end of the day, ain't nobody trying to help me at all. Like I only had one person that actually helped me, and that was during the time that, not while I was with Spiffy. Spiffy helped me with Kamarion. But ex-baby daddy, that's why I was so serious about ex-baby daddy, was because he used to help. He don't even help no more. And then when I give them motherfuckers, don't nobody want to do shit. Huh? Who? Yeah, he gonna say he gonna be there, and then he didn't do shit. What the fuck? It would change my gun. Oh my God, there's so many people. But yeah, he claimed he was gonna help. He claimed he was gonna do something, but he ain't do shit. All he been doing was texting me and getting me in situations where, motherfuckers, I'm sitting here, I'm having a conversation with a motherfucker. I'm having a conversation, I have a company over, and he calling me and texting me talking about sending me like old videos and shit. You get what I'm saying? Like you sending me old fucking videos of what we've been doing and shit like that, and I got company over. That's rude as hell.
She's written 3 book chapters and has published over 60 research papers. And most impressively to me as a millennial, she's also developed an iPad app based on protocols that she created to help children with autism to see things from another person's perspective, which is a particular challenge for children with autism and people with autism. She holds a PhD from the National University of Ireland and has received funding from several sources, including the British Academy, the Leverhulme Trust, the Waterloo Trust, and the Welsh Assembly. She was awarded the European Marie Curie Career Integration Award to join the faculty of UCD. And we are pleased to have her here to speak tonight on acceptance and commitment therapy as a broad tool. Please welcome Dr. Louise Mickey.
Where is the outside then?
So I'm really excited to be here in this beautiful country to talk about something that is an area that I've been conducting research in for the last 15 years, and during that time the empirical base to show that this is really something that can help with human well-being for all of us has really grown exponentially. So I'm talking to you today about something that's important, not just for parents or many clinical groups, but really for all of us as human beings. One thing that we like to do as humans is to avoid certain experiences. So there are feelings and thoughts that we really just don't like the idea of having. So things like embarrassment or anxiety or jealousy are kind of emotions that we think we should not have those. And a common response when they show up is to try to squash or push them away. And this is also true for thoughts that are negative. We really feel that the important thing to do when we have negative thoughts is somehow to not think about them. And what we know is that 80% of people, if asked what would you do if you had a thought that you don't want, I thought like I'm not smart enough or I can't do this. And what 80% of people say that they would try to distract themselves from it. And that's the most common strategy that we would try. So, I just won't think about it. And what we know is that Daniel Wegner, over a number of years, was very interested in this idea of thought suppression and whether it could work. And he, across a number of experiments, asked people to not think about white bears. That was the thought that he decided he'd go for. Because we just look at that even now here. Imagine if you're instructed not to think about white bears. Just don't think about fluffy white bears and all. In that sense it's kind of funny because we can see actually that's so hard to do. To try not to think about something is actually quite difficult. Yet it's a strategy that we think seems so meaningful to apply when we're talking about. And more interestingly, what Wegner has shown repeatedly is that when people are asked for 5 minutes to not think about a white bear, so a suppression phase, in the following 5 minutes afterwards, they will have an inflated rebound amount of thoughts of white bears. And this is highly inflated compared to people who in the initial 5 minutes were asked to just concentrate on white bear. So actually concentrating on it didn't have a rebound. But if I try not to think about it, I start to have this inflated amount of thoughts about the very thing that I'm trying not to think about. So there's a sort of ironic process that occurs in this very common strategy of trying not to think about things. And this is not only true of thoughts, but also of feelings. So what we know is that people who are going through the bereavement phase and the loss of a loved one, if they try to avoid the grief and not think about it, that they will end up in the bereavement phase for longer. So what we know is that this message is very common, that we should somehow be able to distract or get rid of emotions and thoughts is actually a misnomer or a mistake. And so acceptance and commitment therapy is trying to, or has techniques and technologies from behavioral science to be able to help people to be able to get back in contact with their experience as it is, and to stop seeing our thoughts and our feelings as things to be avoided or threatening, and rather to now direct people towards having lives that are about things they value and matter, not about trying to somehow change my internal world.
I did that, now I gotta go
So we're
think
going to be looking
about
at today. Just to give some context, a book that's just currently in press that research journey has just
about
come out. That's looking at this, just summarising all of the research that's now becoming increasing amounts. So there's now 100 randomised control trials showing that acceptance and commitment training or therapy, depending on the context in which it's done, benefits people, enhances their quality of life. It has many well-being advantages to be part of this treatment package. So here we can see is this exponential growth in the number of studies across time. So it's getting more and more of an empirical base. To me, as a scientist, is very important. We want to make sure that the treatments that people are getting, as a psychologist and a scientist, are empirically validated. Also, in this review of the literature, what's coming out is that this work is done across a number of domains. So, from pain to working with parents, to working with those with epilepsy, to working with those with substance abuse. Transdiagnostically, helping people to recontact their experience, their current experience, really has positive outcomes for them in terms of their well-being across a number of domains. And also just to point to the fact that this research and these trials have been done across a number of different countries in the world. So we're seeing that there is a common humanity in the fact that we all tend to try to not have certain thoughts and feelings. There's something common in what we do around that. So Stephen Hayes, here's a quote from Stephen Hayes that said, the single most remarkable fact about humans is how hard it is for them to be happy. We as a species have got, in many instances and cases, kind of copious amounts of money. We can be living and have shelter. We can have all we need and still suffer and be unhappy.
That part.
We, unlike other species, have something that can make us unhappy even when our basic needs are met. And when I was in the workshop with the parents, I used this example, and someone mentioned this was probably not an example that is applicable here, because I use the example of the rain. But I'm from Ireland, so the example was that if you left your dog outside all night, and he was used to being an in-house dog, and it was pouring rain and it was stormy out, as soon as you let him in the morning, and he was back in the cozy house with food, you'd be content. If you locked your partner out of the house in the rain on purpose and left them in the next morning, it doesn't matter how warm and cozy they were, how much food they had, they'd have a lot to say about that. And they would bring that back up, right? That's going to be a conversation. And they're going to come up with lots of reasons why you might have done that, etc. So there's this thing that we humans seem to have, this thing that we seem to have that can allow us to be dislocated, actually, from our current experience. And as we'll see as we go along, this ability that we have to think, which is the greatest gift that humans have in many ways, is also the very thing that can bring us away from the present moment. It's a thing that can allow me to be here and now, and yet thinking and worrying about a future event that might not even ever happen. It's the thing that can allow me to be ruminating about a past event that made me sad, or even a past trauma in severe cases. Even here and now, I'm entirely safe. Language and song.
I didn't hear you, what? Alright, go ahead. I'm gonna go for the movie with Target right now. Other shit ain't moving. I hate that this, well, technically, I might still would have been driving stupid. I gotta go turn off this food. Oh. Yeah, it's a lot of water tonight. I'm gonna let that bitch sit until the water pull out. Irritated as hell. Figure this shit out. I'm not supposed to. That's another one. Took out the moving target. That one. I hate moving targets. I clearly just... Are you kidding me right now? They cheating. I'm going too far up. So that's too far up. Back and I think I'm gonna have to just follow this one.
Allows us to not be present. You know, we've all been in that conversation where halfway through we realised, I did not hear a word that person just said. You know, our thoughts can drag us away from the current context. So, with this model, and as we behavioural scientists look at sort of normal human processes, sort of realising maybe over the last 15 to 20 years that the assumption of healthy normality has problematic and is problematic. So the field of psychology would look at maladaptive behaviour in terms of being abnormal. It maybe, you know, over time it's changing. So there's a manual of disorders called the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, and this manual, will show symptom lists of different disorders and descriptions of different disorders. This list can become problematic, and this symptom list can become problematic because at times it's missing what's actually maintaining the problem behaviour. The DSM-5, which has now just come out, in America, 80% of the children could be diagnosed with disorder. We only know the stats for them. But, you know, how ludicrous, and what are the other 20% doing? But, you know, how ludicrous if we can we really say it's abnormal if 80% of people could meet criteria, right? There's so many now disorders. We're just collecting and creating and putting down more and more disorders. But humans, there is a ubiquity of human suffering. And now, as we as psychology moves forward, we're seeing more and more that actually very normal human processes that we all have a destructive quality to them if we don't learn how to be able to interact with them in useful ways. So really what we want is science and a science of human behaviour that allows us to understand thinking and language and what these things are, in a way that we can understand more effectively why it is that we try to avoid certain negative thoughts, and why it is trying to do that doesn't work. Okay. So this destructive process that we have is this very thing that is the gift, which is that we have language, also has it's a double-edged sword. Thinking in language, this ability, also can create a lot of suffering for us.
That part.
It can enable more pain in these kind of ways. As I said, it can mean that we're not living in the present moment.
But
it can mean we're
living in the
past, or we're concerned about future events. It can contribute to us evaluating ourselves in ways, you know, other species can evaluate themselves. But we constantly are engaging in a game of self-thought and evaluation. When neuroscientists started looking at you know, using EEG and fMRI equipment to look inside the activity, neurological activity, they initially, when they had participants were doing experiments, and when they were off task, not doing an experiment, they saw that the same areas of the brain always lit up. And they called this at the time the default network, because they assumed that was non-activity, you're not engaging in a task. But across time and experimentation, what they realized is that when they're not engaging in the task, they're thinking about themselves, they're evaluating and thinking about themselves. So we, with language and thought, are constantly evaluating and thinking about, you know, categorizing who we are. Are we enough? Is what we do.
I'm in the middle of doing something. I can't session.
And because we have language, we can also compare ourselves to others. Because we have language, we can actually create an ideal self that we're not living up to in our mind and feel bad about not living up to that. You know, me as being the perfect parent, I'm not living up to my ideal of what that would be. So language can really catch us in tricky ways. So in a sense, we sort of developed language because we're a cooperative species. So we develop language to be able to cooperate effectively and to avoid external threats, you know, not get eaten by the lion in the savannah or whatever. But now, we're no longer under that threat. But we've overapplied this strategy to using language and problem solving to external threats to ourselves. So we now try to solve ourselves as a problem. Like as if our thoughts and our feelings somehow we need to be able to solve the problem or get rid of them or make them always happy. And there's that sort of very prevalent message of don't worry, be happy. Like as if the goal is to always feel this one emotion, which is happiness. But the problem with that is that there is a range of emotions, and happiness is just one. And we in our lifetime, all of us, will feel all emotions, because that's what being human is. Being human means experiencing different emotions. So when the message is it's important to deny my current feeling if it's not happiness, then what I'm doing is dislocating myself from an experience in the present. And in a sense, I'm taking myself away from the only thing I have, which is my current experience. So I'm using up all my cognitive energy to somehow try to get away from my experience. Okay. So what we see is that a big problem that arises as a byproduct of this is that we become experientially avoidant. We try to avoid our experiences. So here's a definition of what experiential avoidance is. It's a tendency to attempt to alter the form, frequency, or sensitivity to historically produced negative private events. So avoiding experiences such as sensations, thoughts, or feelings that we deem or think are negative. But actually what we've been seeing repeatedly, and what so many studies show now, is avoiding our experiences is actually the most toxic process in psychology. It's the most toxic thing for us human beings to try to not have certain experiences. So, you know, imagine if there was, just imagine if there was any experiences that we could get rid of. You know, what would we get rid of? And there's so many, you know. We would probably all say, yeah, I'd get rid of anxiety. I'd get rid of shame. I'd get rid of embarrassment. But in a world where we know that the research has shown us Nobody can successfully get rid of these things. So then, what are we all doing? What are the strategies that we're doing to try to distract away? And of course, we all have different strategies. Some of them much more toxic than others. So for some people, it becomes a strategy that becomes so maladaptive that they end up in, having to have treatment. An over-applied strategy that's not working. And common types of strategies of control. So what we would think is, what we try to do to get around this idea that there's certain experiences we shouldn't have, is we try to control them. And that's the avoidant piece. And there are many strategies that we can have to try to control our internal world. Even if we think of something like anxiety, if anxiety shows up, we can avoid going to situations in which anxiety might occur. We could tell ourselves, for example, if an interview came up for a job we really want, but that was bringing up anxiety, we could tell ourselves we never really wanted it. So we could talk us about it. We can take substances, we can take medication, we can do, many things to avoid. We can procrastinate on Facebook, we can, seek reassurance obsessive. We can do many things, and we all engage in many strategies to avoid our experiences. And of course, any of these behaviors, in and of themselves, are fine. It's absolutely fine to talk to my friends, to go on Facebook, etc. What's not fine is if I'm doing it in the service of getting rid of an internal event. If I'm only doing it because I'm trying to not feel something, that's when it's a problem. Okay. Here's an example of what this sort of cycle can look like. Okay, so Joseph fears rejection. So he feels overly anxious in social situations. He doesn't want to feel these feelings of anxiety. So he avoids socializing whenever possible. He doesn't accept invitations to parties. He doesn't pursue friendships. He lives alone and stays at home every night. Okay. So this means on a rare occasion when he does socialize, he's more anxious than ever and out of practice. So what happens is we end up with the very thing that we fear. This avoidance actually not only controls our internal world, it starts to control our external world as well. So a good example of this, before I go into functional contextualism, is it's like as if I hooked you up to a polygraph machine and said, this polygraph machine can tell me exactly how much anxiety you're feeling, like exactly to a T. But I don't want you to feel anxiety. I can tell if you are though. And I'm going to make it a little bit harder. I'm going to smack you over the head if you feel any anxiety. What's going to happen is there's going to be anxiety. Because we can't choose how to feel. But what we can choose is how we behave in the outward. And, if I said, I'll smack you over the head if you don't hoover the carpet. Hoover the carpet, right? We can control our outward behavior. But the internal world, I don't get to choose when different feelings are going to pop up. We have our very own polygraph hooked up to us. Because our nervous system tells us exactly when we're feeling anything. So if we tell ourselves that feeling anxiety is a problem and something to be frightened of, we're going to immediately know as soon as we start experiencing it. And so that's going to become something to be feared. Okay. So this approach is based on, this approach has come from behavioral science. And it's based on a philosophy that's called functional contextualism, which sounds like a big mouthful. But we'll sort of break that down a little bit. We want to take a functional approach to human behavior when it's maladaptive. So like I said with that diagnostic and statistical manual, when we start to look at lists of symptoms, that's not the full picture. If we want to predict an influence, we need to know what the function of behavior is. So like in this example here, the same behavior can have many different functions. So I can drink a cup of tea because I'm thirsty, to relax, to please the hostess. I can do the exact, what will look like the exact same behavior if you described it, can have many different functions. Knowing the function tells me a lot about what's maintaining the behavior. And if we look at a more specific example, if a parent comes to me and their child is engaging in a dangerous behavior, so they're banging their head against the wall, that's dangerous. If I could describe that behavior perfectly, and exactly the magnitude that they were hitting their head off the wall, that would not tell me how to intervene. Description alone is not enough for me to understand how to reduce or increase a behavior. But if I started to look at what was the function, what is the function of why the child is engaging in that behavior, this really will start to tell me something about intervention. And as a psychologist, being able to change human behavior is my job, it's what I'm interested in. I don't want to describe it and not change it, right? If someone says they're suffering and something's wrong, I want to be able to help. So what we can see in that instance is there's only a few things that maintain maladaptive behavior actually functionally. You can narrow it kind of down. One reason that maladaptive behavior can be maintained is for attention, because it gets the person attention. So sometimes the child might be banging their head off the wall because they get an awful lot of attention when they do that. If I identify that as the function, well, immediately I know what to do to intervene. I make sure that minimal attention is given around removing them so that the behavior is not maintained. Another function that could be maintaining the exact same behavior can be avoidance. Escape or avoiding a demand, like a task that they don't want to do.
Hello.
And another function that maintains that adaptive behavior is self-stimulity, so it stimulates the person in some way.
Hear that? That's the sound of No Way's PR department imploding. Beautiful.
$30,000 is pretty good. I got $30,000 for that mission. Every day is so wonderful. Then suddenly it's hard to breathe. Now and then I get insecure from all the pain. I'm so ashamed. You say who? You talk about because of my extracurricular shit that you have to listen to? Or are you talking about what you've been doing? Oh. Know how that feels, especially when I like be trying to. Oh, that's so nice. Somebody sent me like a hand wave that was nice.
No text. Send heart. Send open mouth smile.
I'm not doing that. I was trying to text back. I don't know how to do that shit. Late than a motherfucker though. Red Ball Chrissy 23.
Think of it in this way. We start to see why acceptance and commitment training is so interested in this idea of avoiding experiences. Because we know that that is the function, that's the function that maintains a lot of problematic behaviours. Functionally trying to avoid my experiences is going to maintain a lot of controlled behaviours that are not useful. I don't want to be spending my time trying to reduce an internal experience. I want to be spending my time moving towards something that matters to me. I want clients to be moving towards things that matter to them. When clients present in therapy, what they will always say in the first instance is they want to reduce an internal experience. So what they will say is, I don't want to feel this anxious. Or I just do not want to feel out and go like this. Or I want to get rid of these cravings. Or these thoughts. I just can't out of these thoughts. And that's all about trying to remove an internal experience. But actually, when you look at the end of therapy, what people really care about is not removing internal experiences. What people care about is connection to others, contribution, careers that they care about, jobs that are satisfying, relationships with their family that are meaningful. It's not actually, good therapeutic outcomes isn't about succeeding and never experiencing anxiety. It's about living a vital life that matters. Nobody ever wants, at the end of their life, what someone can say about them, is, oh yeah, Louise McHugh, she never experienced anxiety. She did nothing else with her life. That's not what people want to be about. That's not what I want to be about. So, when we start to function at maladaptive behaviour, and particularly for adults, once we have language, or for humans, once we have language, we start to see that this one thing, this thing that we do, trying to dislocate ourselves from our present and our feelings, is really dangerous. And with function, and the reason the philosophy of science is called functional contextualism, is because I cannot know the function of behaviour until I understand the context in which the behaviour occurs. So if the person said, drink this cup of tea or I'll electrocute you, well then the function is certainly not to relax. Okay. So the context tells me can tell me what the function is. And the context is a situation where behaviour occurs. Okay. And when I talk about behaviour here, I don't just mean outward. Behaviour is anything that a person does in this situation. So thinking, talking, remembering, daydreaming, that's all to behaviour. So the functional contextualist is interesting then in identifying what's the function of a behaviour that occurs. They're not interested anymore in just description. The details of the description aren't half as useful or interesting as knowing why. What is this behaviour in the service of? And what that's doing is we're trying to move away from, or we're trying to move towards, should we say, looking at behaviour in a non-judgmental way. Not just looking at behaviour in terms of the descriptions and evaluations we might make about it. So for example, if we saw a mom in a supermarket with a child, and the child was having a tantrum and shouting, I hate you, you're the worst mom ever. We could, if we were just thinking judgmentally or describing it, think that was rude or the mom was unskilled. But if we're looking functionally at this, what we might see is actually these tantrums are maintained by getting attention. So what the mother in fact is doing functionally is putting these into what we might call not giving the consequence, the function, the consequence for the function that's desired. And as I said, really when we start to look at maladaptive behavior, there's only so many functions that it can be. So we can start to, so as a functional approach, in the case when it's really examples of, children with autism who are low functioning, we might be looking at outward escape, avoidance, attention. Once we start to become really verbal and language comes into the mix, once my language skills are good, a lot of what we see that's maintaining maladaptive behavior starts to become about this trying to avoid certain negative internal feelings or thoughts. A big one can be uncertainty. Uncertainty is a feeling we do not like. We humans in general do not like uncertainty at all. And learning to sit with it is extremely difficult. But
that's how I feel.
Interesting with that is it is an uncertainty.
You hear what she said? JC. You heard what she said? Uncertainty. We have to sit with uncertainty. That's what I deal with on a daily basis with every fucking body. Being uncertain that a motherfucker gonna be there for me. Be uncertain that a motherfucker is actually love me or care about me. I even feel that shit with like family members. That's an uncertainty thing. Like every 2 seconds, something is uncertain. Okay, I just played by myself. But yeah, that's a hard thing to deal with when you uncertain about anything. Yeah, it's the uncertainty part. It's like right. That's how I feel to a certain degree. I feel like that regardless of the fact, but motherfuckers don't understand why I am so like fed up. It ain't even the fact that I could say mean because I'm not mean. I'm a giving person, but at the end of the day, I'm fed up. I'm fed up with stupid shit. I'm fed up with the bullshit. I'm fed up with all the motherfuckers that be just like, I'm sitting here, I'm trying to be positive, I'm trying to be a cool person. I'm trying to make sure that when you come, you have no thought or nothing like that to the point where you, like even when I have my own crib, right? And I invited people over. And I would make them feel like they were family. I would make them not want to leave because the drama was not around me like that because I don't deal with people. You feel me? Now, with that being said, I made them feel welcomed. I made food for them. I did what I had to do, all types of shit. And I just wanted them to have fun at the end of the day. But with that uncertainty part, now I'm dealing with it because I don't have my own. Or I don't have nobody that wants to actually, like, partner with me because actually I don't want to stay by myself. But I got a problem with people that try to take advantage of me and shit like that. Cause I might be like, okay, let me go ahead and get into something with this person, and this person might not even pay the rent. That's too much for me to like handle, especially if I don't have a steady income or a constant income. But the uncertainty is a motherfucker can kick me out instead of like saying walk the fuck around and all that shit or whatever the fuck the kids may have you if they feel some type of way. If they feel some type of way, other people like already feeling some type of way, so they base the feelings off of what other people are saying. In which I had that problem with Janine recently, where her best friend, because I didn't want to fuck with him on that level, or I wanted to fuck with him when I was ready to fuck with him, but he wanted to fuck with me every day, and he thought that I wanted to, like, I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. But at the end of the day, it was like, he'd get in Janine's ear and start talking to her ass, and start talking shit. Like, bro, don't talk to my sister because you feel some type of way because I keep ignoring you and ignoring your calls. You get what I'm saying? Huh?
Alright, Leroy should be hiding somewhere around that location.
Oh, shit. Then he had even the nerve to sit here and come at me, sideways. When he felt some type of way, he's like, well, you're staying in her house and this, that, and the third. Why are you worried about it? Why is it your concern that you so worried about it and she is content with it? All right, go ahead.
There's fire in her, not just war, not just comfort. She's the color that moves the shore. My prayers, her sister's rage. She's cook with her spirits. Yeah. I said you was drinking with me. I said you was drinking with me.
So it's there anyway. Just like when the client with anxiety comes in and says, I just do not want to feel this anxiety. You know, it's there. That is there. That feeling is there. And as a psychotherapist, what you know in that moment is, if you're saying you don't want it, you're having more of it than you would have if you took a new approach to it. And the new approach isn't about these distraction techniques to get rid of it. The new approach is about learning to allow our internal experiences, but learning to allow them in a way that is about expanding and allowing, not struggling and resisting. So what we know is that it's actually the resistance to our internal experiences that creates the problem, not the experiences themselves. It's the behavior that we engage in response to the internal experiences that causes the problems, not the internal experiences themselves. So what we would say is our attempts to control them is what gets us into sticky water. So my thoughts or my feelings in their raw form are actually not threatening. You know, if I have the feeling of anxiety, that in itself won't damage me. That's an internal experience that I'm having. If I interpret it as dangerous or threatening, if I start to fear having it, then it will become very toxic for me. And then I'll be at a point where it will start to control my behavior. What we see is that the more I try to control my internal world, the more narrow my external world becomes. If I really have to try to be able to control my internal world, my thoughts and feelings, there's actually going to be things that I can't do in the outer world in order to successfully control it. I'm not going to want to go into situations where anxiety is going to show up from a start. The way I respond in my connection to others will be greatly impacted on the fact that I don't want to feel certain things. So the acceptance and commitment therapy model has, in this approach, has got 6 core processes that, when a client comes into therapy, have been empirically validated. So the client will go through these 6 processes in order to be able to recontact their experiences and move in a direction that they value. And the first of these is connection, and about being here and now. So this is akin to the sort of mindfulness. Mindfulness is something you may have heard of. And this is this idea of coming back and being able to just come into the present moment here and now. This idea of dropping into my current experience, noticing my thoughts and feeling as it is here and now. A huge part of this model is about clarifying what I value, what matters to me as my direction. rather than now, what has been, trying to control my internal events or thoughts and feelings. So if I'm not being guided by not feeling certain things, by not thinking certain things, what I want to be guided by is what values or what matters to me. They give me a direction. And values aren't things that can be ticked off a list, because that would be just a goal. A value is something, a way I can be in the ongoing sense. So, in the ongoing sense, I can be a connected and honest partner. That is a pattern of behavior I can choose, and every day I can choose towards that behavior. Rather than getting married, which is one tick, I can do that in line with that value, that's one goal. But once I am it, I can still always come back to my value of being a connected and honest partner, if that's what I value. We use also behavioural activation to help clients be able to commit towards direction of behaviour, commit towards behaviour that is adaptive for them, in line with their chosen values. A big part of the model looks at developing a self-awareness that is a healthy self-awareness. So rather than the self we tend to, and that self that gets activated when we're sort of off task, is a self that's about evaluations and descriptions. So we tend to evaluate and describe ourselves all the time. And you'll notice, when you go out and in your next conversation, how much we sort of talk about I think, I feel, I wish, I want. We're selfing all the time. And that's fine. But in this model, we also want to develop a sense of self that the clients can have, where they can be a context of their experience, but they don't have to be any one evaluation they make about themselves. So they can have a thought that I'm not smart enough, or I'm not good enough, but that's not who they are. That's an evaluation that they can notice from their context of being their experience. Watching your thinking is a huge part of the ACT model, and this is the piece that's trying to help the clients with language. When we stop and we actually start to watch our thought flow, which is something that's commonly done in therapy, we notice that our minds are so busy. They're just active all the time. They're just we are constantly thinking about something. What I'm going to have for lunch, what I did yesterday, that embarrassing thing I said. There's just constant thoughts going on. And that's fine, they're there. But the problem is they suck us in sometimes when we believe them as true. What the ACT model wants to do is to help people to see that their thoughts are not true. You don't have to believe your thoughts as true. Thoughts are actually fluctuating and very context dependent. If a pink elephant walked in here now, my thoughts would be different than they are when it's not here. The context changes the thoughts that show up for me. I'm tired at night, I probably evaluate myself more negatively than when I'm not. And what we've seen is that when people really believe the self-evaluations that they make as true, that's linked to much less well-being. So what we want to develop with this model is people to be able to see that, if I'm having the thought that I'm not smart enough, that's a thought that I'm having in this context. Not I am that. So just moving away from or getting that comprehensive distance to see the thoughts as just thoughts. And expansion and opening up is this acceptance piece, which is relearning to just allow feelings, which is something that we've all tended away from. Negative feelings is something that we as humans have come up with lots of strategies to not have. So just relearning how to just be with our feelings as the physical sensations that they are, our feelings as the bodily sensations that they are, while not getting entangled in the thoughts that come up with the feeling. Because if the feeling shows up like anxiety, thoughts will come in line with the feeling. So, you know, anxiety might show up for me, and then I'll start to produce a story around why it is I'm feeling the way I'm feeling. And I'll start to believe the story that I give myself around why I'm feeling the way I'm feeling. And that's getting tangled. In that moment when I do that, I'm tangled, I'm caught, I'm stuck. I'm being about somewhere, trying to then talk myself out of these thoughts, trying to change these feelings. And when I'm giving my cognitive energy to that, I'm being taken away from walking in line with what matters to me and what I value. So what the ACT model wants to promote is what's called psychological flexibility. So when we're trying to control our internal events, our outward behaviour becomes rigid and narrow. We're all about in here. We're not getting to choose to do what we want to do. But this model and what these processes want to do is open us up to be more flexible, to have lots of choices of behaviour and outward responses. So anxiety is here, and I still get to choose to go for that interview. Anxiety is here, and I still get to choose what I do. My emotions are not reasons for my behaviour, even though it might feel like they are. And that's a big piece in here. You know, we've come to learn that the reasons that we give, you know, we have to give reasons for our behaviour. I can't go to a staff meeting and not say there's a reason why I'm late, and that's just not going to wash with the head of department. But we know that my reason could be true or not true, right? But we tend to believe the reasons we give for our behaviour, like as if they caused our behaviour. But imagine I said, would you mind something very easy? Would you prefer water or Diet Coke? Water. You'd have water. Can you give me a reason why you would prefer water? Hard to say. You like it more. And, okay, and can you give me a reason that's not true to choose water? Just a lie. Yeah. I don't like the colour. I don't like the colour of that. And can you give me a reason to choose Coke even though you would prefer water?
Maybe it's the social situation of everybody is taking Coke, so...
Yeah, maybe. Cool. So there's reasons, right? We've got true and not true reasons here. We've got a reason to choose this one. And with all of those reasons, can you, even though you would prefer water, could you, if there was pick Coke? Yeah. So when we think our reasons caused our behaviour, what's happening is we're sort of missing a piece. With reasons we behave, but our reasons do not cause the behaviour. And that becomes really important when our behaviour is not adaptive. Because we can have things like, I didn't go to that lecture because I was too anxious. And I didn't get out of bed because I felt depressed. And we see those reasons as perfectly reasonable. If someone said that to us, we'd be like, oh, that's okay. Yeah, okay. But the point is, actually, anyone in those situations, anytime a client says those things to me, they will have instances when they did feel low and got out of bed. Because the feeling doesn't cause it. It's with the feelings that we can choose. And absolutely we might choose to stay in bed with those feelings. But when we mistake the reasons as causes, that becomes a big problem for us. And causality is just a really tricky thing. You know, if a child comes in and knocks a cup off the table, the mom might attribute cause to the carpenter who made the faulty table, you know, wobbly table. She might attribute the cause to the fact that the kid was being hyper and running around the room. Or she might attribute the cause to the fact that she shouldn't have left her cup so close to the edge of the table. Where she attributes cause, though, it's going to completely dictate how she responds to that situation. You know, whether she feels guilty, whether the kid's in trouble, whether she returns the table. You know, where we attribute cause actually really changes or shapes exactly what we do next in any given situation. And that piece is sort of a link in both, but is stuck in this example of watching your thinking. Our thoughts can be seen so alluring and true, and our reason so convincing. And with the act model, what we want to do is actually just get enough comprehensive distance from our thoughts and reasons that we give and our stories to be able to see, actually, I don't have to believe any of these thoughts. What matters to me in this situation? I don't have to hide from my feeling. What matters to me, really matters to me in this situation. So one simple way to summarize sort of the way the model can be looked at is, at any given time when I'm choosing to behave, there is a move that's away and a move that's towards. And if we look at it in this way, the move that's away is being about not feeling or not thinking a certain thing. The move that's towards is about going towards my value and what matters to me in this situation. At any given point, when I look at my behavior, like I'm going to not go for that interview, well, when I make this choice, is this because I do not value getting that job? Or is this because I don't want to feel the anxiety I would feel? And then, when I look at it in this way, I can still choose, but at least I can choose knowing what I'm being about and what my behavior is being about.
Hey, of course I'm gonna die. Y'all won't show me the people.
When I can really say I value this, to walk in that direction. You know? So then the reason that I'm not behaving in this way because I'm feeling anxious has less credibility and weight. Because there's this thing that matters to me here that I'm not going towards. Okay. So I've sort of come to the end of my time, but we have time for questions as a group now.
I don't even see nobody. Like, what the fuck? Literally, a motherfucker could see
I may have missed a large part of the talk.
What the fuck is that?
What I thought was very, very beneficial. Okay. I just wanted to touch upon the last part. You were talking about feelings and how often we identify with our feelings. And we're not able to see how we're generating them based on underlying narratives. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with someone called Byron Katie and a lot of the sort of, it's sort of like a self-help inquiry process. That it's just about asking yourself, is this true? And who would I be without this thought? So you give yourself the opportunity to experience an alternative narrative and how you feel, giving yourself that opportunity to actually feel an alternative narrative, to see that you're actually subject to your own stories. How could that be affected in a very practical way?
Yeah, I mean, Brenda, like any techniques that do that, techniques that get us to take perspective on our experience, which is exactly what that is doing. Not that I've heard of that technique before, is brilliant. You know, it's brilliant because when we take perspective, we start to see our feelings and our thoughts for what they are, experiences. And I think
I'm not sure if I'm right here. I've been thinking, lately a lot about, a little bit about detachment from my own emotions. But I work in special needs, and I work with, with ESL children, but there are some of my children, the children the challenges that children with autism will experience, and this doesn't help and open up the communication. You know, one emotion triggers another emotion.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's where we could spiral down. But
what am I supposed to do? I ain't got no fucking gun.
Applicable for children with high needs, because they find it extremely difficult to expand. Now, in my practice, what I do is I sort of what I try to record their behavior and show it to them, and try to open up a dialogue with an autistic child. So if I have a child on a behavioral plan, I will take pictures of their behavior and take pictures of their behavior when they're calmer and when they're better, and try to show them, you know, in this case your teacher's reacting well, and in this case your teacher's not reacting well. And that's pretty much, you know, with children with high needs, that's about as much as I can communicate or try to foster self-awareness. It's very, very difficult for them.
Absolutely. So actually that's, so one of my core research areas is perspective taking. And so with children with autism, like before any of that, the basic language units to be able to take the perspective of another need to be put into place. So a lot of training before ever they could, you know, this is not about someone with those needs is not in this point yet. It's a lot of training, and you know, if I was if you need lots of feedback and training and trials of that, and assuming obviously they have some basic language skills in place. You know, I've got water, you know, you're sitting on a chair, fancy and then loads and loads of feedback across the trials. What they need to get is I as distinct to you, here is distinct to there, and now is distinct to them. So like spatial, temporal, and interpersonal. We have an app, like there are some trials that I can show to you that like of exactly what we try to do to build that up first. So building up to the point where they've got language, but they then need to not avoid their experiences like their language is telling you to.
Hello, thank you so much. It's wonderful, this concept and the way you describe it. My question for you is that have you had experience using ACT with problems of kind of compulsive behavior? And if so, can you give an example, please, of how that might work?
So, in my
how the fuck am I supposed to do anything without no fucking
patients with chronic
no
pain,
fucking weapons? I ain't got no weapons.
So compulsions per se
the fuck?
Isn't stuff that I have done stuff with, but they have done work with obsessive compulsive disorder, and it's really good for that group. And I would say theoretically, it makes sense that would be really good for that group, because there's such a control agenda, you know, around the thoughts and around the feelings and around trying to promote certainty in the world. You know, that's what those rituals or compulsions are about. So it does work. You know, the research has been done, and Mike Tuig is a researcher who does a lot with that group, and he works in the States on that. And theoretically, absolutely, you can see how it absolutely applies to that group, you know, broadening the response options to a situation, you know, not just handling, not just...
A great presentation. Thank you very much. Very clear, very lovely. I'm interested in the comparisons between ACT and mindfulness. Yeah. And I think clearly ACT places more of a focus on values, on sort of behavioural activation, on sort of behavioural techniques. And I'm just wondering what you see as being the pros and cons of each for the treatment of depression, because they've both got pretty good randomised control trials suggesting that they're really quite helpful.
Big time, like in the Lancet, just came out in the Lancet there last week. So
you got water.
The interest in mindfulness and commitment therapy sort of co-evolved, you know, because in Britain, you know, say Teasdale and McWilliams were coming to the conclusion that with CBT we need something else, you know, these clients are trying to jump out of their experience. And so they drew on that sort of Eastern philosophy and mindfulness. While meanwhile, say Steve Hayes was a behavioral scientist who was noticing that, wow, language makes us completely insensitive. He was doing all these studies on rule-governed behavior, and things like he was instructing participants, he'd give half of them an instruction and saying, right, your rule is to get points, press the spacebar fast. This is in the 80s. And then you get other people to come in and give them no rule. And what he'd find was that the people who got the rule, of course, much quicker, because language helps us do stuff faster, we got rules. But the people, of course, took longer when they didn't have the rule. But then when they changed the consequence, which meant when points were no longer delivered for pressing fast, the people who had originally started pressing the spacebar fast with the rule continued. They're not getting points and they're still pressing the spacebar. Because language allows us to formulate rules that means we do not contact the consequences. Whereas the people who learned by trial and error, immediately, when they stopped getting points, changed. Oh, not getting points. Let's try what else? So they were saying, wow, language makes us rigid. Someone can give me a rule and I would follow it without ever seeing if it works for me. So at the same time, say the two disciplines were evolving, and so contact with the present moment, that connection be here now, was the piece that it became in the ACT model. So the two treatment approaches use, and I would say, in ACT, anything they do in mindfulness and mindfulness-based interventions. Well, I mean, anything maybe, we won't bring in everything everyone does, but MBSR and MBCT, yeah, they're about getting in contact with the experience. I would say that acceptance and commitment therapy is grounded in that philosophy of functional contextualism and has a very clear theory of language as to why thoughts are thoughts. So from my perspective, that's the piece that's very interesting to me, because a lot of research I've done on perspective taking, I want to understand exactly what the processes are involved. So then if it is a child with autism who can't take perspective, I can design an intervention because I know what perspective taking is, if you know what I mean. Because my perspective. But I think if it's my friend who needs to go in for treatment, mindfulness would bring them in contact with their experience. So I wouldn't be concerned about them going for a mindfulness treatment. Do you know what I mean?
I'm making some hamburger helper. I'm gonna pick one eventually, but I gotta spruce up the
spiritual meditation. Because this connection to here now, then self-awareness, it's very related to self-Buddhist thing. Can you explain this?
What was the last word? 2 words maybe?
Zen Buddhism.
So Zen Buddhism. Zen Buddhism. Yeah, so that, because, there was the Eastern philosophy is where the obvious connection with mindfulness. Behavioral science, the direction that I would have come from was about looking at language and how it disconnects us from the present. I think that I don't distance myself from any connection to any religion, because I don't mean saying myself whether I'm religious. I'm not answering that. What I'm saying is, as a science of behaviour, I think it's different and it's separate, and it muddies the water to connect to any particular sense. Unless you're asking me, do you think, does this help us understand why we can be spiritual? Which I do think that language is one of the reasons why we humans can, of course, understand the concept of a higher order being in ways that other species can't, absolutely. But I think these basic human processes in terms of what language is, etc., the fact that we want to avoid experiences, I think that's human behaviour, and that's the science side that I'm coming in from, and separate from that, I would say. I think that's we humans have that in common, right? All of us have this.
Well, I'd like to thank you all for coming, and please join me in welcoming Dr. Louise McHugh one more time, and please join us outside for the session. Thank you.
It's cheap. sprout. Damn. I feel some type of way. Manny, you want to try to grow this? I feel some type of way. I don't even want to cut this bitch. Look at it. It's garlic, a piece of garlic. You want to try to grow it? So you supposed to take it off, like the film, before you grow it? You don't see you got a whole fucking thing. So would it actually grow a garlic plant? I didn't even want to cut that because it looks so good. This one out there too. Damn, these bitches growing. Without nothing. No water, no nothing. Look, this one growing too. How is they growing without nothing on it? I didn't know that. Huh? I didn't know that. I'm gonna put these two up in a little thing to try to grow and grow my own garlic. So do I water them or just leave them bitches? Because obviously they growing better without no water. Yeah, because a lot of people don't have it. I feel you. That's what I've been making. I've been doing. That's another reason why I've been trying to get in. I've been trying to get into planning for a minute, but I never had a stable environment. And when I did have a stable environment, I didn't have no money to buy anything. And technically, everything was just getting used. It was like constant shit that was getting used. I barely had food. There was all types of shit that I was going through. Huh? Yeah, so it was like having a house. I had a house, but I didn't have food barely. I had to go through hell and hot water just to get food in my crib. Huh? No, I had to like beg for like noodles and shit. lucky with nothing that ain't got no red sauce in it. Maybe I'll do these. These two. No, not this. Just this one. No, not this. This. That's rice around. This one and this one. Alrighty, so I guess I am finna do homemade and mix. It's gonna be mixed together. Start with the or I should put it separated. Come see me once. You don't want to come see me. You don't want to come and see me. Come see me for once. Come and see me for once. You don't want to come and see me. I'm gonna let that shit sit real quick. I need to heat these up. Do I need to heat these up? I might need to do both at the same time and then I can just have that. Do that one. Check that box. Alrighty, we got that going. Now I'm gonna make these separated. That way I could wash it. I could wash the noodles and then put them inside there. Alrighty, that's done. I gotta start rolling this on high heat. Put this up right there. Alright, I'm great. I'm gonna be mad as hell if I got rid of all my money. I really don't care no more. I got PJC. Give me a minute.
How you doing? Listen, I'm working on something interesting, I think, but I need a little time. Anyway, I got a request through the ether, so to speak. Someone's looking for a crew to take a score, but I don't know anymore. I thought maybe you'd be interested. Personally, I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot barge pole because I don't know any of these people. But if you're interested, be my guest. I can tell them to come see you.
Estimating. Like you used to.
Texas is feeling downtown.
One thing God don't do, He don't play about me. When the darkness came for me,
I don't own rights.
He stepped in instantly. Every demon tried to whisper, but He silenced every lie. They thought they had my spirit broken, but my God stood by my side. He walked into the battle, and the enemy had to flee. He cleared every shadow around me, said this one belongs to me. God don't play about me.
lifted me when I fell. They don't know the prayers I prayed, the storms I barely survived. But God had His hand upon me, kept on calling God don't play about me. He fights battles I can't see. He carries every valley in the victory because He walks ahead of me. God don't play about me. He fights battles I can't see. Because He walks ahead of me. Don't let the enemy whisper. Let them fly, let them try. God already rolled my protection, and His power never lies. He cast out all the darkness, every shadow had to leave. Because one thing is forever true, God don't play about me. One thing God don't do, He don't play about me. When the darkness came from my name, He stepped in instantly. Every demon tried to whisper, but He silenced every lie. They thought they had my spirit broken, but my God stood by my side. He walked into the battle, and the enemy had to flee. He cleared every shadow around me, said this one belongs to me. God don't play about me. He don't let no weapon rise. He covers me with His mercy, and He wipes tears from my eyes. When the world tried to crush me, He rebuilt what they destroyed. He filled every empty corner with His strength and with His joy. He cast out every demon, every darkness that I held. He broke chains I hid in silence, lifted me when I fell. They don't know the prayers I prayed, the storms I barely survived. But God had His hand upon me, kept on calling God don't play about me. He fights battles I can't see. He carries every valley in the victory because He walks ahead of me. God don't play about me. He fights battles I can't see. Don't let the enemy whisper. Let them fly, let them try. God already rolled my protection, and His power never lies. He cast out all the darkness, every shadow had to leave. Because one thing is forever true, God don't play about me. I'm fucking in love with this song. Oh my God.
to stop streaming now. Cause I'm about to play this shit again. This is my shit.